Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Winter Haven, Florida for today's broadcast of NJCU Baseball on the Green and Gold Network. Today, the Gothic Knights take on the Anchormen of Rhode Island College out of the Little East Conference in Game 3 of 8 on the 2012 spring trip. NJCU, now 1-2 on the year, will be the visiting team in today's neutral field game, and Rhode Island is 4-1. They've won 4 in a row. Good morning, everyone. I'm Thor, Sports Information Director at New Jersey City University, and we thank those of you watching today's game across the country. Live stats are also available for today's game at NJCUGothicKnights.com. Also helping us out on the camera today is NJCU starting pitcher Julio Coutinho, who yesterday struck out 10 and allowed just 3 runs, but the Gothic Knights unable to get more than 1 run across in 2 consecutive games. We're going to talk about that as today's game goes along. It's been a struggle with the bats. The pitching so far this year has been superb, and today for the Gothic Knights, Wendell Rodriguez will try to keep that going. Here's today's starting lineups. The Gothic Knights will be batting first as the visiting team, and leading off and playing shortstop is Mike Martucci. In center field is number 28, Mike Patterson, with Andrew Rivera in left field batting third. Mike Castellanos catching, and the cleanup hitter, Alex Weinstein, at first base batting fifth. Juan Cruz gets his first start at third base. He will bat sixth today. Ryan Winters will be the designated hitter, batting seventh. Matt Wagner in his debut yesterday had 2 hits, and he'll stay in the lineup in right field batting eighth. Kevin Demora will get his first career start today for the Gothic Knights. He'll play second base, give Rob Roman a day off, and he'll bat ninth. Meanwhile, for Rhode Island, we'll give you the defensive alignment in just a moment. But the starting pitcher is junior left-hander Kyle Florio. He's a junior college transfer from UConn Avery Point, making his first NCAA start. Florio, first pitch to Martucci, a swing and strike 1. Very windy day, so we apologize if you can hear the wind blowing through the microphone. Martucci, chopper. It's going to get deep into the left side hole, and Martucci will beat the throw from the shortstop, Kyle Allaire. There's an infield single for Martucci. Martucci's 4th hit of the year and 13 at-bats, and that will bring up Michael Patterson, the speedy center fielder for the Gothic Knights. Kyle Florio today for the Anchorman is throwing to J.P. Stone. Dan Hopkins is at first. Kevin DeCommittis is at second. Kyle Allaire at short, with Cody Ortega at third. Brent Hopkins, the cousin of Dan Hopkins, is playing left field. Kevin Carey is in center with Dean Grasso in right. And the throw back to Martucci. Martucci has been moving around the lineup. He's hit cleanup. He's hit third. Today's his first day as the leadoff batter. Head coach Jerry Smith in his first season with the Gothic Knights trying to find something that works with the batting order. Defense for the most part has been pretty good. And that's a swing strike by Patterson. 11:30 a.m. start here in Winter Haven. We are at Chaina Lakes Park, field number 5 today. We were at field number 2 yesterday. We have a deck that overlooks fields 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that is how we are bringing you a better angle of today's game. We, of course, thank Julio Coutinho for helping us out with the camera. Gothic Knights will play in this field tomorrow as well when they take on Leslie University. There goes Martucci. Ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Martucci will go all the way to third as he was in motion, and that's a single for Patterson and the Gothic Knights with nobody out, runners on first and third. And that will bring up Andrew Rivera for Patterson. That is his 6th hit of the year. He came to the game batting .385. Rivera's hitting .308 overall, 4 hits so far in 13 at-bats. Mike Patterson is a legitimate threat to steal so far, 3 for 3 in steal opportunities. Chaina Lakes Park, where we are, was the former home of the Cleveland Indians spring training complex. Throw back to first. Patterson gets back safely. about 73 degrees, game time. Very, very windy today. It rained all day down here. Gothic Knights fortunate to get their game in with McDaniel yesterday, because as soon as we got back to the hotel, which is about 25 minutes or so, I guess about northeast of where we are, it just started raining and got heavier, and it was pouring by the time we went to dinner around 6 o'clock, and after that it just got heavier and it was raining when we went to sleep. Woke up this morning, it was sunny. The fields have dried out nicely. There goes Patterson, the throw to first, to try to pick him off, but it's too late. Patterson already halfway by that time. Florio made that throw over to Hopkins. Florio had to throw to first, or it would have been a balk, because he has already stepped in that direction. So, 4th stolen base of the year for Mike Patterson. And the Gothic Knights, with nobody out, have runners at 2nd and 3rd. So Rivera now with an RBI opportunity for the Gothic Knights. That's high. Rivera on the year, 4 for 13, 1 RBI. He has 1 double. He's 2 for 2 in stolen bases. He got 57 on base percentage. In the air, shallow left field, coming in is Hopkins, and he makes the catch as he falls to the ground. So Patterson and Martucci stay put. 1 away, and that will bring up Mike Cassiano, making his 3rd start of the season behind the plate, matching the number of starts he made as a freshman last year. Cassiano on the year is 1 for 5, hitting 200, but obviously not a lot of opportunities at the plate, and you expect that average to go up. Gothic Knights this year as a team coming into the game in 3 games, hitting 266 as a team. Their opponents are hitting just 212, but they've been outscored 20-9. It's not an easy stat to amass. Ball 1 to Cassiano. Part of that reason, the errors. While overall the defense has been better so far, the Knights have committed 10 errors in 3 games. The opposition, just 3 errors. Part of that, not a lot of ground ball outs. We'll talk about that as the game goes along, something that head coach Jerry Smith is stressing to his pitchers. For example, yesterday, 22 of the 27 outs made by McDaniel were either strikeouts or fly ball outs. That's just 5 ground ball outs yesterday. Swing and a miss by Cassiano, 1 and 2. And what's significant about that, folks, ground balls are the area of a game where you're most likely to get an error from the opposing defense. You don't see too many fly balls that are dropped. You do see ground balls that are booted. And errors do help the other team generate runs. Cassiano fouls that back to the screen. Remains 1 and 2. Patterson at 2nd. Martucci at 3rd. Martucci singled. Patterson singled, then stole 2nd. Martucci had gone to 3rd. 1st to 3rd on Patterson's hit. Gothic Knights trying to take an early lead here against the Anchormen of Rhode Island College. Pitch. Swing and a miss, and Cassiano goes down on strikes. So 2 away, and that will bring up today's number 5 hitter, first baseman Alex Weinstein. Weinstein, 6'2", 225-pounder, undecided on his major. He's a freshman. Ground ball up the middle. Weinstein down the line, and he will produce a run. And another run as Patterson comes around second, rounds 3rd, and Wills scores. The ball got away. So we're going to have an error on the first baseman for failing to control that throw. An RBI single by Alex Weinstein, and the Gothic Knights have taken a 2-0 lead. Just let me put that in the computer here for the live stats. There goes Weinstein. The batter is Juan Cruz, hitting the air down the right field line. Coming in and diving is the right fielder, Dean Grasso. Can't make the play in foul territory, so it's a long strike. For those scoring at home, as of right now, Martucci's run is earned. Patterson's run is not. So the first pitch to Juan Cruz. Cruz making his first start for the Gothic Knights. He's had a few at-bats this year as a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 3, and he was involved in a big play in the win over Daniel Webster. We'll talk about that in a moment. But Cruz, wearing number 21 for the Gothic Knights, a utility player on the roster, 6'1", 205, out of Jersey City, New Jersey, St. Mary's Jersey City High School. And Juan is a business administration major for the Gothic Knights. Weinstein at first, 2 away, the Gothic Knights with an early 2-0 lead. Throw back to first, Weinstein gets dirty. Alex's family is on the trip. I've been talking to his father, Adam, quite a bit. His father is quite the imposing figure, 6'7". He was a former Division I basketball player for Brooklyn College in the early 80s when Brooklyn was a Division I team. There goes Weinstein, stolen base as the ball gets away from the catcher, J.P. Stone. Weinstein was already about a third of the way down to second base, so credit him with the steal. 1-1 on the count on Cruz. Just off the plate, and it's 2 balls and a strike. There is no scoreboard here at Channel Lakes Park on any field other than the main playing field, which has been reserved for the larger Division I teams that draw bigger crowds. Swing and a miss by Cruz. It's 2-2, but Weinstein is in scoring position, and a single here would give the Gothic Knights perhaps a 3-0 lead. Weinstein has some speed, but there are other players on the team who are faster. The pitch is outside, 3-2 to Cruz. We are in the top of the first inning here in Winter Haven, Florida, Game 3 of the 2012 spring trip. Ira Thor with you here on the Green and Gold Network. The Gothic Knights taking on the Anchormen of Rhode Island College, last year's champions of the Little East Conference. The pitch, ground ball towards second, coming over is DeCommittis. To throw to first will be in time to retire the side. But in the first inning for the Gothic Knights, 2 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error and 1 left on. Rhode Island will come up after this. We head to the bottom of the first inning. We'll give you the defensive alignment first for the Gothic Knights and then the batting order for Rhode Island. Wendell Rodriguez making his second start of the season. He's 0 for 1, 6.75 ERA. He was the losing pitcher in the season opening loss to Centenary on March 7th. 2.2 innings of work, allowed 2 earned runs, 6 total. Talking about those errors again. 7 hits, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. For the Gothic Knights, Mike Cassiano is behind the plate. Alex Weinstein at first. Kevin DeMauro making his first start today at second base. Mike Martucci at short. Juan Cruz his first start at third. He has seen time there to reserve. Andrew Rivera in left. Mike Patterson in center. Same starters for all 4 games so far this year. Matt Wagner makes his second start of the season in right field after yesterday's solid performance. Leading off for the Anchormen will be Kyle Allaire. Lair is a senior shortstop, 5'9", 150, from Uxbridge, Massachusetts, one of just 4 players on this team, not from the state of Rhode Island, and he takes a called strike. Our umpire today behind the plate is Jack Shuck. In the field is Tom Poland. Pitch by Rodriguez. Check swing, and he went around, and strike 2. Kyle Lair bats first. Cody Ortega will play third base and bat second. Dan Hopkins bats third. His cousin Brent Hopkins is the cleanup hitter and the left fielder. Alex Varechia is the designated hitter, batting 5th, with Dean Grasso batting 6th, J.P. Stone 7th. Hitting there, right center field, Wagner backs up and makes the catch for the first out. J.P. Stone bats 7th. He's the catcher. Kevin DeCommittis bats number 8, and Kevin Carey, the center fielder, is the number 9 hitter. That will bring up the third baseman, Cody Ortega, where's number 14. Ortega, a junior, 5'10", 170 pounds, ironically from nearby Kissimmee, Florida. And he takes a called strike. Kissimmee, Florida is where we went for dinner last night, where Buffalo Wild Wings was. Sorry for the delay there, just a couple of camera instructions. But Kissimmee, Florida is where a lot of the hotels are for those coming down who are not staying at Disney. That is a strike. I came down last summer for Disney World with my family for the first time and stayed in Kissimmee for 2 weeks. And very touristy town. 1-2 pitch chopper. Cruz barehands and throws to first in time. What a play by Juan Cruz on the hop, barehanding it. And if he had gloved it, it would have been a much closer play. But by being able to pick that up on 2 hops and making the accurate throw to first, he actually made it look a lot easier than it should have been. So his first start and looking like he can certainly feel that position. A place that Brian Bastillo, who started the first 3 games of the season, has flourished defensively. So with 2 away, that will bring up the first baseman, Dan Hopkins, wearing number 25, a 6'3", 215-pound left-handed hitting senior from Cranston, Rhode Island. We do not have stats for Rhode Island yet. They are 4-1. Stats have not been collected and put on the website for the Anchormen yet, so we don't have much to base on, but we do have last year's numbers, and we'll try to give you some insight as the game goes along. And the first pitch is a ball just off the plate. That is a strike. Last night, after the loss to McDaniel, Coach Smith had the entire team go out to dinner together. We watched the NCAA selection show at a Buffalo Wild Wings in Kissimmee, Florida. That's off the plates, 2-1. It's actually the first time I had ever been to a Buffalo Wild Wings and tried one of the light sauces, one of the mild sauces, and one of the, let's just say, sauces that I will never have again. It's 3-1 here to Hopkins. Of course, after I couldn't handle the really hot wings, assistant coach Matt Saleno decided he's going to prove that they were not that hot. Ate a few of them, and then I had to, as that is a called strike, 3-2. I had to suck it up and eat the rest of them and show that I could handle it. But no one on the team can handle hot sauce quite like second baseman Rob Roman, as we found out yesterday. Ground ball towards second. Tomorrow is there. Wendell Rodriguez comes over to cover the bag because Alex Weinstein had already committed to try to field that. So it's a 4-1, and that ends the inning as Rhode Island College goes down in order. In the bottom of the first inning for the Anchormen, no runs, no hits, and nobody left on. Gothic Knights with an early 2-0 lead as we head to the second inning here in Winter Haven, Florida. Say hello to some of our alumni players who are watching on today's broadcast. I can see them on the chat board. First of all, Chris Marable, who graduated last May and is now working for Major League Baseball out in Australia at their Australia properties, watching today's game in Sydney. Chris, if you can hear this, just let us know what time it is in Sydney. I always like to try to figure out that time exchange. I believe it's 18 hours difference, but not as good at math as I thought I was. Also, Rob Gonzalez, former all-conference player, watching today's game, so hello, gentlemen. The NJCU softball team opened their season today. They're playing game 2 right now against Mitchell College, but in the opening game against the College of Worcester, a very good team, they won 4-3. A good win there. A complete game, 4 strikeout performance by Ashley O'Byrne. Also for the Knights, a home run by Jess Musarino. Rebecca Satz, Nicole Calixta, and Taylor Sitar all had doubles in that game. So we head to the top of the second inning, and Ryan Winters, one of 2 catchers who will see a lot of time this year, is a DH, and rips the first pitch down the left field line. Ryan Winters rounds first. He is probably going to be held there, and he is, as Brent Hopkins, the left fielder, quickly got over to field that ball. So how about this for Ryan Winters to start his NJCU career? He's now 4 for 7. He entered the game batting .500, and he came up, saw a first pitch that he desired, and hit it well. So with Winters on first, that'll bring up the right fielder, Matt Wagner, the number 8 hitter today. 2 for 4 yesterday in his first career start for the Gothic Knights and his first 4 plate appearances. Swing and a miss by Wagner. Throw back to first. Winters standing. I know nobody is going to feel sorry for me for saying this, but I made a huge mistake wearing shorts today. It is not that warm. Pitch is high, and it's 1-1. I decided to wear my Izod shorts and my sandals that have been in the closet for 8 months. Sandals, not necessarily a bad decision, but it is not that warm today. 73 degrees, but there is a wind, a brisk wind that I'm sure you can hear going through the microphone. And it feels, honestly, it feels like it's about 60. And by speaking to my family up in Jersey, I understand that it's been quite warm up there and will be this week, so getting Florida weather up there. Fouled back right at us as Ryan Winters had already taken off towards second base. So it'll be 1-2 to Wagner. Wagner, an accounting major, a freshman from Colonia, New Jersey, 5'11", 176-pound rookie. Just off the plate, it's 2-2. Gothic Knights will play here again tomorrow against Lesley University. Team that already has more wins today than this year than it did last year. Last year, I believe Lesley was 0-28 last year. Of course, they are a new program school that's just recently committed to co-ed athletics. They were a all-women's school for many years, but they did win the game already on this trip. Floater over second base, and unable to get there in time as the second baseman, Kevin decommitted. It's going to be I guess we're going to say an infield single for Wagner. It did dribble onto the outfield grass, but either way, Ryan Winters goes to second base. And the Gothic Knights will bring up Kevin DeMoro with runners at first and second, and once again the Gothic Knights with 2 runners on and nobody out. DeMoro, first career at bat here today for the Gothic Knights. He pitched yesterday in relief of Delio Coutinho. Drops down a bunt sacrifice. The throw to third base is high, and they'll sail down the left field line. Winters rounds third. He will score. Here comes Wagner. He stops at third. Head coach Jerry Smith holding him up there. Going all the way to second base is DeMoro, as the Gothic Knights take a 3-0 lead, and on the air now have 2 runners in scoring position. That run is unearned at this point. You see the meeting at the mound right now as the head coach Scott Vergelak out at the mound to have a conversation with his infield and starting pitcher Kyle Florio, a junior transfer from UConn Avery Point. He's making his first NCAA start today. He was responsible for that last error as that ball sailed very high over the head of third baseman Cody Ortega. And Mike Martucci, the leadoff hitter, now with a golden opportunity to give the Gothic Knights a further lead. It is 3-0 here in the top of the second inning. Line drive, base hit through the left side of the infield. Rounding third and scoring for the Gothic Knights was Wagner. To throw to the plate is in time to get DeMoro.
Did you see what that was? It was a 7-6-2? 7-6-2. Or is it 7-2? No, catcher. 7-2 or 6-2?
That will bring up Patterson. I missed the throw there, so I wasn't exactly sure whether it was to the shortstop. I believe it was. We're going to call that a 7-6-2. But either way, an RBI single for Martucci. And there goes Martucci. He steals second base cleanly. The throw goes into center field, backed up nicely by Kevin Carey. And the Gothic Knights coming out aggressive today. Mike Patterson at the plate. 2 balls to him right now. If you're scoring at home, the first run is unearned. The second run is currently unearned, but a base hit would change that. Fouled off by Patterson. It's 2-1. Gothic Knights with a 4-0 lead. Trying to add to that right now. We're in the top of the second inning against a very talented Rhode Island College team. Swing and a miss by Patterson. It's 2-2. Rhode Island, 4-1 as we said. Lost their season opener against a nationally ranked Cortland State team 12-0, but since then they've been on fire. They beat NJAC powerhouse, the College of New Jersey, 7-6 in 8 innings, and then 10-7 in Game 2 on Saturday, as the pitcher Florida steps off. And then yesterday they defeated Fitchburg State of Massachusetts 2-1 and 7-3. And Rhode Island's actually a team that's been on my watch list when I vote in the top 25 national poll. When I voted last night, That's off the plate. It's 3-2. I did not vote for Rhode Island. They were one of about 7 teams that I listed as teams to watch as the season progresses. And today's a good chance to actually see them firsthand and see just how good this team is. They are starting a pitcher today that has not played yet. And going to third, running in motion there was Martucci. The throw to first is in time to get Patterson for the second out. Martucci goes to third. Very close play at first base, as was just noted to my right by Delio Coutinho. What that does do, though, is the second run by Wagner now is earned. And that will bring up Andrew Rivera with a runner at third. The Gothic Knights trying not to leave a runner at third, stranded in 2 consecutive innings. And the first pitch to Rivera is a ball. So 4 runs in for the Knights. Half of them are unearned. Of course, the other half are earned. Ball 2 to Rivera with Martucci 90 feet away. Ripped fair past third base, and that will bring home Martucci for the 5th run. RBI single by Andrew Rivera, and the Gothic Knights have a 5-0 lead. Martucci's run is unearned because the inning should have been over. And that will bring up the catcher, Mike Cassiano. Cassiano, in his first plate appearance, struck out swinging. There is no scoreboard, so the Gothic Knight dugout looking up to us just to confirm that it is 5-0. There goes Rivera. Throw to second base will not be in time. Andrew Rivera, his 3rd steal of the season. And the... they're saying Cassiano. Thank you, Delio. They're saying that Cassiano committed battery interference there, so no stolen base for Rivera. Cassiano's out on the batter's interference, and that will end the inning. So with Cassiano out on the batter's interference, the line for the second inning for the Gothic Knights. 3 runs, 4 hits. There was 1 error and 1 left on base. The Gothic Knights scoring 3 times, 2 of them unearned, and have a 5-0 lead. What's significant about this, though, is the first 2 days of the trip down here, the Gothic Knights scored just once in either of those 2 games. They scored 7 in the loss to Centenary. So the Gothic Knights right now starting out of the gates quickly. Head coach Jerry Smith was stressing the fact that we need to hit the ball on the ground a little more to create some of these error situations, but also to be a little more selective with the pitches, to use the whole field. We're making too many easy outs. Just some of the stuff that he was talking to the team about in today's pregame huddle. Also was saying that we weren't getting the barrel of the bat on the ball quite enough, and certainly have done that here in the first 2 innings of this game, with the Gothic Knights leading 5-0 after an inning and a half. The Rhode Island Anchormen, as we stay with you, we're not going to take a break, were the 2011 Little East Conference champions. They went to the NCAA tournament where they won their first game before being eliminated in the regionals in 3 games. They went 22-20 last year. The record is deceiving. Just like the NJAC, the Little East is a quality conference. The league includes such national powerhouses as Eastern Connecticut State University, a team that is always ranked, and other schools such as Keene State, which is a quality product. So we head to the bottom of the second inning. It'll be the number 4, 5, and 6 hitters, Hopkins, Ferreccia, and Grasso, in the first pitch to Hopkins, dumped by Rodriguez. That is a called strike. Brent Hopkins, the left fielder today. senior, 5'11", 195-pounder out of Cranston, Rhode Island. That's fouled off behind us and onto field 3, which is directly behind us. What we're going to do between the next inning is we're going to rotate the camera in a circle from our deck, looking over the field, just so everyone can get an idea of what the complex looks like who haven't been here before. The 1-2 pitch. Chopper back towards the mound. Out comes Rodriguez. Picks it up, throws to first in time to retire Hopkins for the first out of the second inning. And that will bring up the designated hitter, number 28, Alex Ferrecchia. He's a left-handed hitting sophomore, 6 foot, 205-pounder out of Cranston, Rhode Island. By my count, there are 6 players from Cranston, Rhode Island on the roster, and 26 of the 30 players for the Anchormen are from the state of Rhode Island. Not a big state. And the first pitch is a strike. Wendell Rodriguez, 17 pitches so far, 12 have been for strikes. He's got to follow in the footsteps of 2 quality pitching performances on this trip already. On Saturday, for those who missed it, Nelson Maldonado, complete game, 4-hitter, struck out 4, didn't walk anyone. Called strike with a fastball. And it's 1-2. That was, for the Gothic Knights, the first 1-0 win since 1974, when I was -3 years old. Got him looking on the inside corner. Strike 3 for Rodriguez. His first strikeout of the game. 2 away here in the bottom of the second inning, and that will bring up the right fielder. Number 23, Dean Grasso, is a freshman, 5'10", 195 pounds, out of, where else? Cranston, Rhode Island. LaSalle Academy High School. And the first pitch is a called strike. Another fastball, strike 2. That performance by Nelson, I nominated him last night for both the New Jersey Athletic Conference and State Pitcher of the Week, and we'll see if he does get that. There's other quality performances in the NJAC last week, including by Kevin Herget from Kane, who was last week's NJAC and State Pitcher of the Week. And we'll find out later today if Nelson Maldonado does indeed get that award. Pitches off the plate and gets by Cassiano, goes to the backstop. It's 1-2. And then following that up yesterday was Delio Coutinho, who's helping us out with the camera right now. Had a masterful performance, 10 strikeouts, just 3 walks, 7 1/3 innings. Left, as that pitch is a ball, left the Gothic Knights in a position, if they could have driven some runs in, to win that game. If, at this level, if your pitcher strikes out 10 and allows just 3 runs, those are games you expect to win. So a hard luck loss for Coutinho in his first career start. That's hit in the air to left center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Mike Patterson comes over and gets there quickly, so Rasso has to stay at first, limited to a single. That's the first base runner today for the Anchormen. For those who have watched Delio pitch in his 2 performances this year, first as a reliever on Wednesday and now yesterday, definitely expect a lot of bright things for this young man, who will start at least 1 more game on this trip. So J.P. Stone, the catcher, will come to the plate. Senior, 5'9", 180-pounder. Swings and misses badly at the first pitch. Strike 1. He is from Narragansett, Rhode Island. And for those watching from the state of Rhode Island, I really hope I got that right. 5-0 NJCU, bottom of the second inning. Throw down the first, wide of the bag, but Alex Weinstein is there. That was a ball, so it's 1-1. Ira Thor, Sports Information Director, NJCU, with you here live on the Green and Gold Network. We are at Chain of Lakes Park, field number 5 in Winter Haven, Florida. Former spring training home of the Cleveland Indians and the home for the Gothic Knights today, tomorrow, and also yesterday. Ground ball towards short. Martucci slides, throws to first, in the dirt. Not going to be in time. It's an infield single for J.P. Stone. Alex Weinstein doing a nice job of catching that ball on a hop there. Those are balls that can be dangerous. But Weinstein fielding his position well. So 2 outs, runners on first and second. Grasso moved over to second on that infield single, and that will bring up the second baseman, number 9, Kevin DeCommittis, a freshman, 5'11", 180-pounder, right-handed hitter from Cumberland, Rhode Island, and Cumberland High School. Swings and misses, I believe, at a curveball on the inside part of the plate. Rob Gonzalez, I just saw what you wrote about the fields being ridiculously windy, and remember, I haven't been here in 3 years. But now I know better for tomorrow. Yesterday was a threat of rain, so you had to wear pants. Gothic Knights had a 9:30 a.m. game yesterday. It's a called strike. That's 0-2. The first game played by anybody at this complex yesterday on the first day of daylight savings time. We all woke up at 6 a.m., 5 a.m. if you think about what time it really was. That's fouled off to our right. But in retrospect, it was a good thing the Gothic Knights did indeed play early, because it rained and got harder, as we said, and I don't think many of these fields would have been playable probably after 2 or 3 o'clock is when the rain really started to pick up momentum. The Gothic Knights with the momentum now. At 0-2 pitches off the plate, it's 1-2. J.P. Stone's at first. Dean Grasso is at second. Both players singled. They are the only base runners so far today for Rhode Island. The Anchormen are 4-1. The Gothic Knights are 1-2. Wendell Rodriguez deals. Hit in the air, left field, back goes Rivera. He'll have a play on it. Makes the catch. And that ends the inning. So in the second inning for Rhode Island College, no runs. There were 2 hits. They stranded 2. We've played 2 here in Winter Haven, Florida, and the Gothic Knights have a 5-0 lead and a 7-2 edge in hits. So I'm going to take off the headset, and we're going to do a quick pan of the complex so those watching at home can get an idea of what Chain of Lakes Park looks like. In the distance, we're first going to show that there is a bluff that a number of fans are sitting on and watching today's game. I'm going to have Delio zoom out at that, and then we'll give you a pan of the complex. Top of the third inning, and new pitcher for Rhode Island College. We hope you got an interesting perspective of at least what 4 of the fields look like. There's 7 total in the complex. The new pitcher for Rhode Island is number 21, Eric Blanchard, a senior right-hander, 5'10", 190-pounder out of Warwick, Rhode Island, and Pilgrim High School. His first pitch, it's fouled and hit Weinstein in the rib cage. And you can see him rubbing his ribs. He fouls off the first pitch. He singled, and drove in a run in the first inning. This is his second bat of the game. He's now hitting .286 on the season. Yeah, there are 7 fields here. That is a strike on the outside part of the plate. The main playing field, which was where the main spring training games used to be for the Cleveland Indians, is, as that is a ball off the plate, largely used by the BCS Division I type schools. I think Louisville was playing there yesterday. Field number 1 is also a larger field, as that is fouled back, remains 1 and 2. And then fields 2, 3, 4, and 5 are actual game fields that are used by the other Division I, 2, and 3 schools. Field 6 is a shorter field, more used for practice, as Weinstein swings and misses at that one. That is the second strikeout for Rhode Island pitching. First by the new pitcher Blanchard. 1 away, and that'll bring up Juan Cruz, who grounded out to second base to end the first inning. And first pitch is a strike. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Cruz still looking for his first collegiate hit. Chopper. Coming up the mound is Blanchard. Throw to first. In time to retire Cruz for the second out. So 2 away. That will bring up Ryan Winters. Winters in his first at-bat last inning when NJCU sent 7 batters to the plate had a line drive single down the left field line, and he later came around and scored on a throwing error. That's fouled off deep into the field number 6 on our right side. See if Winters can straighten that out. He's now hitting .571, 4 for 7 as a Gothic Knight. It's called strike. It's 0-2. Winters, a transfer from Sussex County Community College, which has sent NJCU a number of quality players over the years, most recently Ken Whitty, who's now an assistant coach over there. Ground ball towards second base, going over his decommittus. The throw to first is in time, and the Gothic Knights go 1-2-3 here in the top of inning number 3. No runs, no hits, and nobody left for the Gothic Knights. 2.5 gone by. Game 3 of the Florida trip here in Winter Haven, Florida, and NJCU leading Rhode Island College by a count of 5-0. Back here for the bottom of the 3rd inning, and the center fielder, Kevin Carey, will have his first plate appearance today. Carey, a junior left-handed hitting outfielder, playing center field today from Wakefield, Rhode Island. That one's fouled away. He went to South Kingstown High School. One ball and 1 strike to Carey. We're having an issue with the live stats in both baseball and softball games today. I'm not exactly sure what it is. We're going to try to work that out. It's 1-2 now here to carry. And then now the baseball live stats are up, so that issue has been taken care of. It's 2-2. Trying to diagnose the issue with the softball live stats. We apologize for those expecting to watch that game, at least the live stats for the women. That's fouled off his leg. We can tell you, though, that the women won their opener. The softball team, 4-3 winners over the College of Worcester. A quality win for the Gothic Knights to open their 2012 season. Jess Musarino with a home run for the Gothic Knights. Ashley O'Byrne, great performance, struck out 4. Grounder to second. DeMauro is there, gathers, throws to first, plenty of time for the first out. Whatever the issue is with these softball stats, I'm going to try to, for those who are tech savvy, I'm going to try to remotely try to fix the issue. My graduate assistant, Katie Beckman, is there scoring the games. We'll have the stats for those contests and the game recaps live at NJCUGothicKnights.com. We expect to have those posted sometime later this afternoon once we conclude baseball and get back to the hotel. First pitch to Kyle Allaire, the leadoff hitter, the shortstop. He popped out to right field. In his first at bat in the first inning, he takes strike one from Rodriguez. 40 pitches so far, 29 strikes for Wendell. That's a strike 2. Wendell Rodriguez so far, much better performance than his season opener against the Centenary College Cyclones on Wednesday. Wendell Rodriguez has had some really outstanding performances in his career, but he's also had some starts that he would prefer to forget. Last year, he nearly beat Kane. He lost 1-0 at Kane. And that arguably was the best performance of his career. He also beat Montclair State. In the air, right field, and for the second time, Allaire flies out to Wagner. So 2 away here in the bottom of the third inning, and that will leave it up to the third baseman, number 14, Cody Ortega, who we mentioned before is a junior from nearby Kissimmee, Florida, Osceola High School. Ground ball, up the middle. Martucci dives, unable to get there. It's a base hit for Ortega. So the Anchormen have a 1-out base runner, and that will bring up the number 3 hitter, the first baseman, Dan Hopkins. Hopkins grounded out to the pitcher to start the second inning. Again, we apologize. We did not have updated stats or batting averages for any of the Rhode Island players. First pitch is a ball, as their stats have not been compiled yet from their season opening trip down here. Off the plate, 2-0. I can tell you yesterday, Dan Hopkins in the 7-3 win over Fitchburg was 1 for 3 with 2 walks. Swings and misses of that one. He was 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. In fact, both RBIs for Rhode Island in the win over Fitchburg 2-1 in the opening of that doubleheader. So he's been a productive player. Two balls and 1 strike. Blocked by Cassiano. Count now 3-1. Two away here. Wendell Rodriguez trying to retire the Anchormen. That's off the plate. That's ball 4. First walk given up by Rodriguez, and for the second inning in a row, Rhode Island College has runners at first and second with 2 away. That will bring up the left fielder, his cousin, number 30, Brent Hopkins. Brent Hopkins was 2 for 3 in game 1 yesterday against Fitchburg, and 1 for 2 with a run scored in the nightcap. In the air, center field, Mike Patterson backing up. He'll get there in time on the line out to end the inning.
What was the first pitch, do you know? He throws like 8 different pitches. Yeah, was it a strike though?
Back here for the top of the 4th inning. In the 3rd inning for Rhode Island, there was no runs, 1 hit, and 2 left on with that walk. So after 3 innings, it's 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for NJCU, no runs, 3 hits, 2 errors for the Anchormen, and the Gothic Knights will have their 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up here, Wagner, DeMauro, and Martucci. Matt Wagner now hitting .600 early on in his NCAA career. Leads off, first pitch swing down the left field line for a base hit, and will probably be a double. Wagner around first, on his way to second. Wagner slides in, safe, with his first career extra base hit. And Wagner now 4 hits on the year, in 6 plate appearances, now hitting .667, and making a case to be in the lineup every day. So Wagner stands at second base. That'll bring up Kevin DeMauro, who reached on a fielder's choice that resulted in a run when the starting pitcher, Kyle Florio, tried to get the lead runner at third base, threw it away, allowing Ryan Winters to score. DeMauro reached safely. He was later thrown out at the plate, trying to score from second base on a later hit by Martucci. That is a strike to DeMauro, making his first career start today. It's off the plate. DeMauro. Swings and misses. And he is down on strikes for the first out. DeMauro's major is undecided. He's a 5'10", 155-pounder from Kearney, New Jersey. And that will bring us back to the top of the order. Martucci up. He is now 2 for 2 today with 2 runs scored and 1 RBI, hitting .357 on the season, his average climbing in this game. And his first look at Blanchard is a called strike. Blanchard's been really good so far, other than the double to Wagner. 17 pitches, and 15 have been for strikes. As is that, it's strike 2. Wind is picking up just a bit. Sun is behind the clouds. That's low. Wagner had a healthy leadoff second base. He retreats. There's a game going on directly to my left on field number 4. Ground ball to first. Backing up and catching it shoulder high was the first baseman, Hopkins, flipping to the pitcher. And Blanchard stepped in the bag just in time. An aggressive at bat there by Martucci, who was retired for the first time today. On the ground out, Wagner moves over to third. So for the third time today, the Gothic Knights have a runner on third base with 2 outs. That will bring up Mike Patterson, now hitting .400 on the year. He had a single and a run scored in the first inning. He grounded out to short in the second inning. First pitch is a ball, and now the sun comes out. Missed you, my old friend. Blanchard steps off the mound. Decent crowd here today. Number of family members have come down. See fans for both teams, as that pitch is a ball. As we mentioned before, the Weinstein family is here. Alex's mom and dad. Also his grandparents drove up from Florida. Hit in the air. Down the right field line. In foul territory. Coming over and giving a look is the right fielder Grasso, but that's going to be out of play. The Rivera family is here this week. Andrew's mom and dad. I think I've seen Michael Patterson's family. Ryan Winter's mom and brother. Mother Marianne. His brother Pat. That's off the plate. It's 2-2. 3-1, I'm sorry. I know Ryan mentioned that his father was watching at home in Hackettstown, New Jersey. Hit over the head of the second baseman. Base hit for Michael Patterson. Driving in Matt Wagner with the 6th run of the game. An RBI single for Mike Patterson. And Patterson today is 2 for 3. And the Gothic Knights have a 6-0 lead. And that will bring up the left fielder, Andrew Rivera, looking at the plays on his wristband on his left arm. Something new this year for the Gothic Knights. You have almost like the NFL plays that you keep in the sleeve on your arm. And Rivera listening to the codes called out by head coach Jerry Smith and assistant coach Matt Soleno. And diving in, not in time, is Mike Patterson. He's picked off. Patterson is picked off by the pitcher Blanchard, 1-3. And Rivera will have to wait next inning to get his at bat. It was a close play at first base, and I thought he was safe from my vantage point, but the field umpire Tom Poland punches him out, and that will end the top of the 4th inning. 4th inning for the Gothic Knights. A productive one again. 1 run on 2 hits, nobody left on. And we've played 3.5 here in Winter Haven, Florida. Gothic Knights with a 6-0 lead. Back to work here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Rhode Island College sending up their designated hitter, Verrecchia. And the first pitch by Verrecchia, hit to DeMoro, fields it cleanly, throw to first. Plenty of time for the first out. It's the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, and it'll be Grasso due up next. Grasso was the first player for the Anchormen to get a hit today. He singled in the second inning. He's the right fielder for the Little East Conference school. A school that beat TC&J twice on Saturday, 7-6 and 10-7. And anybody who follows NJCU knows exactly how good the college in New Jersey is. One of the better teams in the league every year. So that's not a fluke. He didn't just win one game against the Lions. They swept them. That's ball one. So the Gothic Knights certainly facing a very tough opponent today. A team that can hit, a team that can certainly pitch. So far, through the first 3.5 innings, NJCU has had the better of the Anchormen. That ground ball goes towards Tomorrow again. Gets over plenty of time and makes an acrobatic play. That was a little harder than it appeared like it was going to be as Tomorrow stumbled but made a perfect throw to Weinstein. So a pair of groundouts to second, and that will bring up the catcher J.P. Stone, who also singled in the second inning. He makes his second at bat of the game. Ira Thor with you live here in Winter Haven. We will bring you every game of this trip, weather permitting, live here at NJCU.com. Shows bunt. It's foul down the third base line. Getting a lot of help today on camera from NJCU starting pitcher Delio Catino, who will probably pitch, if I was going to guess, Friday. Delio nods his head, believes that's probably correct. It's obviously never set in stone. You would think on normal rest that would be his day, and I think that's doubleheader day against Framingham State, so we pitch one of those two games. That's hit in the air. Left field, Rivera going back, looking up, reaches up, and he makes the catch to end the inning. That one had home run distance, but Stone didn't get nearly enough to get it over the 8-foot fence. So a long fly out for Stone here to end the fourth inning. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on. We head to inning number 5 here in Winter Haven, Florida, with NJCU leading the Rhode Island College Anchormen by a score of 6-0. We head to the top of the 5th inning here in Winter Haven. It'll be the number 3, 4, and 5 hitters, Rivera, Cassiano, and Weinstein due up for the Gothic Knights as NJCU trying to add to their 6-0 lead. I think that was ball one as I was looking down. That is definitely a strike there, so it's 1-1. Between innings, we'll get a brief word from yesterday's starting pitcher, Delio Catino, who's helping us out with camera, get his insights on his first start of the Gothic Knights. Two balls and a strike here to Rivera, who's hitting .333 on the season. Rivera popped to left in the first inning. He singled and drove in a run and then stole second base in the second inning. That's fouled back. It's 2-2. We were talking about the families on the trip. I did neglect to mention Nick Cesar, our Gothic Knight pitching coach's father, Bob Cesar. He used to come down when the son was pitching at Kane University. As Rivera swings and misses, and he goes down on strikes. That's the second strikeout. Correction, third strikeout for Blanchard, who's now thrown 30 pitches, 22 for strikes. Mike Cassiano, who's one of his strikeout victims, comes to the plate. Cassiano 1 for 2 today with an RBI single in the first inning. Cassiano's average now at 143. Cassiano's 2 for 7 on the year. Oh, correction. He's 0 for 2 today. I was looking at Weinstein's line. He struck out swinging, and then he was out on batter's interference in the second inning. So Cassiano was not an often used player last year, backing up Rivera, fouls that off. He and Ryan Winters, two players that will be battling most of the year, you would think, for the starting catcher job. Travis Haber, a freshman out of Hoboken, is the third option at catcher. That's off the plate. If you are watching today's game and are on the chat board, we'll definitely say hello to you on air if you let us know your name and where you're watching from and perhaps who you're rooting for. Chopper in front of the plate, Blanchard off the mound. Cassiano does not have a great deal of speed, and he's thrown at it first, 1-3. So 2 away for the Gothic Knights, and that will bring up the first baseman, Alex Weinstein. He does the one that is 1 for 2 today with a single, an RBI, and a strikeout. Weinstein's average now up to 67 on the year. He has 4 hits now in 4 games, all starts for the Gothic Knights. A transfer from St. Peter's College. And first pitch to Weinstein, interrupted as a foul ball came from the adjacent field. 1 strike to Weinstein. Fouled back at us, and he gets wedged in the cage. As the second ball now wedged in the cage. 1 from today's game. Hit in the air, mid-right field, coming over, and foul territory, I believe, making the catch was Grasso. I think he was in foul territory, so we're going to call that an FF9 to end the inning. And the Gothic Knights don't add to the lead here. They go 1-2-3 in the 5th. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Winter Haven, Florida. NJCU leading 6-0. And we'll bring in Delio Catino to talk about yesterday's game.
Good?
Yeah, we should be able to hear you now. And first of all, talk about your thoughts on your first start yesterday. One of those games where you really hoped to win the way you pitched, and it just didn't work out that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't really comfortable at first. I had to adjust, and I put myself in a hole early in the game with that home run. But then I thought I settled down and, did what I could to give my team my best shot at winning the game. But, sometimes it doesn't work out like that.
You were really in control for much of the game. You were throwing strikes. You struck out 10. I mean, you have 18 strikeouts now in about 12 innings of college ball, which is just an insane number. Did you feel that you were in control there? Did you feel that you had a pretty much mastering of the zone for much of your outing?
Yeah, for the most part. That's been my problem this whole offseason, and even in the centenary game, my control issues. But I thought they were better today than they have been in the past. Oh, yesterday than they have been in the past. And the 2 home runs that I did give up, I felt like they were strikes, but I didn't want. That's not where I wanted them. Maybe I got a little fatigued, but also a little lackadaisical. Just stuff I got to work on.
Decommitted steps in. He'll lead off here in the bottom of the 5th inning as we continue talking to Delio. And the first at bat for Decommittis in this game. He flew out to left field, so this is his second appearance. That's 2-0 here. Wendell Rodriguez falling behind Decommittis. The first home run you gave up, the 2-run homer, we were just talking about off camera a little bit ago, and Andrew Rivera backed up and looked like he had a play in the ball, and then all of a sudden that's a called strike, just took off. It looked like it was a wind gust, and all of a sudden that ball just gone.
Oh yeah, I mean, I thought it was an out off the bat, but yeah, the wind was blowing a little bit out towards left, and
that's lined towards right center field, but Matt Wagner plays the ball well off the bat, comes over and makes the catch, so the line out to right center.
And
that's the first out.
It just hit high enough to where when the wind blew, it took it, and I mean, it's gonna happen.
Did you feel that you were not getting enough ground ball outs, or was that something that really you weren't even thinking about during the game?
I to be honest, I wasn't thinking. I mean, I'm satisfied with any kind of out, but like you said, I just strike out a lot yesterday. That's
going to roll foul as Carey, who is making his second plate appearance. He is the number 9 hitter. He grounded out to Diamoro, second base in the 3rd inning. How's your arm feeling today?
It's a little sore. Did my running today to clean out my system. Just gonna keep icing and heating until game time on Friday.
Now, obviously, you came in relief and had 7 strikeouts in the loss to Centenary as a relief pitcher in 3 1/3 innings. That came on Wednesday. I said 18 strikeouts. You have 17 strikeouts in 2 games. Have you always been a strikeout pitcher, or are you just throwing the ball real well right now?
To be honest, I have been. That has been a little bit of my reputation last year and this past summer. But before that, in high school, I was never overpowered or anything like that. I was just pitching the contact, which isn't bad. I mean, I am striking out a lot, but at the same time, my pitch count's going up. So, I like to find a little medium area.
Carey grounded out to second, so there's 2 away, and that will bring up Allaire, the leadoff hitter, the shortstop. 2 at bats for him, and he's hit it to the opposite field both times, flown out to right both times. So he's trying to take advantage of going the other way, and both have been right to Wagner. First pitch is a ball. Now, you pitched your first year at Sussex County Community College. Came here this year for the Gothic Knights. What have you noticed between the JUCO game and Division III, especially in the NJAC, where you have a lot of quality teams? What's been the big difference? Is it a faster game, you think?
Well, for one, when we played doubleheaders last year, conference or non-conference, they were 7 innings. Here you get the 9-inning doubleheaders, which take a lot out of you, and it's a lot longer. But you can see the difference with experience, because in the JUCO level, the oldest kid's a sophomore, and now you see like a guy like Nelson, for instance. This is his 4th year, and you can see how he goes about it.
Hit in the air, down the left field line, in foul territory. Rivera can't get there in time, so it's just a long strike.
I was saying, a guy like Nelson, yeah, he very mature, very experienced, knows what he's doing at all times, and you don't really see that at the JUCO level just because no one really knows because they haven't been there too long. So little things like that have changed, but I don't want people to get the idea that JUCO level is easy ball, because we faced a lot of good teams, but at the same time, this is the NJAC.
That's a base hit through to the left side of the infield, so a 2-out base runner here as Allaire gives the Anchormen their 4th hit of the game. And that will bring up the 3rd baseman Ortega, who is 1 for 2 with a single that came in the 3rd inning. Coming in this year, obviously knowing that you have a chance to help rebuild this program, a new coaching staff. Jerry Smith has brought in new players at every position, new pitchers. Talk about, as a large leadoff first base there by Allaire, talk about just the dynamic of what it's like playing for Coach Smith and Coach Soleno and Coach Azar, and really just how you think that they've really helped shape this program so far.
Well, I mean, I knew all these coaches back in high school, which is one of the main reasons why I'm here. I can tell you that their will to win is as good as anyone's. You know, we work really hard. Sometimes we're practicing for 5-6 hours a day just to get something right. And, you know, I think he definitely deserves the job, the way he works. And I think he is going to change this program around for the better. And I think it's showing already, you know, with our pitching performances and our offensive displays. You know, our record's still 1-2, but that doesn't mean anything. They're the same. I mean, I knew Coach Salento was my high school coach. So
right.
He, you know, when he was there, we did win. And I know he's capable of creating a team that's going to win. And I know Coach Smith has won because he's a state champion. So I definitely have a lot of faith in our coaching staff. And I think that they'll lead us in the right direction.
What was it like yesterday pitching against, as it's an 0-2 count here, what was it like yesterday pitching against one of your former high school teammates in Tyler Jackow, the second baseman for McDaniel?
Well, most people don't know is Tyler is still my best friend.
Did not know that, as that's a single up the middle. A 2-strike single for Ortega. So for the third time today, 2 runners on with 2 outs. Allaire stops at second base, and that will bring up the first baseman, Hopkins. Hopkins today is 0 for 1 with a walk. So pitching against your best friend who's playing for the other team.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was hard, just because you know, when he got up to the plate, he started smiling, because I don't know, he likes to get in my head a lot, but you know,
you got the better end of that though. Yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get a hit off me. He was talking all week, actually all season. Couldn't wait for Florida once we found out we were playing each other, and Coach Smith actually yelled at me a few times for talking to him. But I mean, it's great. It's great that you know, I can play down in this great weather with some friends that are on the other team, and you know, I wish him the best of luck. I know he's a hard worker, and their team's going to be good this year.
As off the plate, 2 balls to Hopkins. Lastly, you know, obviously the big part of this trip, we're looking to our left. We'll try to show it in a second here after the next pitch. Jack Al, who's McDaniel, Green Terror, playing the field next to ours, sees Delio up here doing camera. Swing and a miss. You could show him if you want.
There he is.
There's Tyler Jackow, McDaniel College Green Terror. Last thing I was going to ask you, obviously a trip like this, baseball, getting a lot of games under your belt, a big part, but yeah. I would think the bonding experience with your teammates is also a huge part of this.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's great because, you know, during the regular season,
ground ball, second base, high hop off DeMoro. Can he recover in time? Throw to first is in time! Wow, Kevin DeMoro staying composed in his first ever start at second base, and that's a huge play because without it, there's a very good chance that Rhode Island would have scored from rounding third base there. So DeMoro staying with the high hop off the infield dirt and retires Hopkins 4-3 to end the 5th inning. And in the 5th for Rhode Island, once again, no runs, 2 hits, 2 left on base. 5 innings in the books here. Game 3 of this Florida trip, and the Gothic Knights have a 6-0 lead. We'll finish up our conversation real quick with Delio, but there's a pitching change for Rhode Island College, and the new pitcher is number 24, Kyle Morvan. He's a freshman right-hander, 6'4", 225-pounder from Smithfield, Rhode Island. So as I change my sheet here, you were talking about what the bonding experience is like?
Yeah, you know, the one negative thing about NJCU is it's a commuter college, so not everybody lives on campus, you know, so after practice people have families to go home to, so here at least when the game's over, everybody comes back, and like yesterday, you seen it, us at Buffalo Wild Wings, we had a great time, and, you know, we're just feeling each other out, and, you know, it's fun.
Only one who didn't have fun yesterday was Rob Roman. Could not handle the hot sauce. We're not going to go any further than that. We'll just let you imagine Rob trying to eat the really hot wings. So that's Delio Coutinho, yesterday's starting pitcher, helping us out with the camera today. And we always like to get some insight from our players. And we'll bring you now the action for the 6th inning. Thanks, Delio.
Thank you.
Sixth inning here, and it'll be Juan Cruz. Ryan Winters comes over and asks if we're replacing him on the headset here. Ryan Winters, of course, works in my office. Has worked pretty much every basketball home game the Gothic Knights had this past year. Works soccer, so as a strike one here, the first pitch by Morvan to Juan Cruz, the third baseman. He's grounded out in the first inning, the second base, and in the third inning to the pitcher. Cruz chops it. Slow roller, third base. Ortega throw, gets by the first baseman, Hopkins. Cruz reaches on the air. Ball goes all the way down the right field foul line, but it's backed up by number 23, Dean Grasser, the right fielder, so Cruz will be limited to second base. But the Gothic Knights with a runner at second base, one way or another, to start the 6th inning. So if you're scoring at home, that is an E5 throwing error, and he advances on the error. Third error on the Rhode Island Anchormen, and that will bring up Ryan Winters, who we just mentioned a moment ago. Now hitting .500 on the year. First pitch is high. Winters. He is 1 for 2 today with a single run scored. He also grounded out to second base. Swing and a miss by Winters. Morvan, the third pitcher used by Rhode Island today. As a strike, Winters showed bunt. First chance I've had to use sunscreen on this trip. Swing and a miss. Ryan Winters goes down on strikes one away here in the top of the 6th inning. And that will bring up the right fielder, Matt Wagner, who is playing exceptionally right now. He is 2 for 2 today. He had 2 hits yesterday. He has scored twice. He is a single and a double, and looking for more. It's very important to me that I get a tan on this trip, because at least a little bit of a tan. I have a friendly wager going with one of my buddies back at home. He does not feel that I can get tan this early in the year. Ground ball to short, right through the wickets of Kyle Allaire. Juan Cruz will score on the second error of the inning as the throw comes in. Wagner standing at first base. Not a hit, but he'll take it as the Gothic Knights take a 7-0 lead. So no RBI, not an earned run. Realistically, the inning should be over, as Gothic Knights have reached on errors twice now. So anything from this point forward would be unearned. And Kevin DeMauro, who's played exceptional defense at second base, demonstrated by that last play to end the bottom of the 5th inning, now looking to contribute offensively. He's 0 for 2 today in his first ever game as an offensive player. He reached on the fielder's choice before being thrown out at the plate in the second inning. He struck out in the 4th. As we were mentioning, his only previous appearance came as a reliever yesterday. 2/3 of an inning. He allowed 1 hit, an unearned run. The hit, though, was a double. and a run scored later on a wild pitch. Of the 4 runs given up yesterday that were attributed to Delio Catino, 3 were earned. The 2-run homer in the second inning, the ball we were talking about that just at the last minute took off, that's fouled back, and then a solo home run in the 8th. Delio's game ended after 7 1/3 innings. He had a runner left at first base that he walked, but the inning then should have been over after an error. Was allowed to remain alive. Pat Christopher from McDaniel came up and hit a 2-run double. It was the errors. The last 4 runs of the game were all unearned yesterday. It was a very close game otherwise. It's a called strike. And Morrow out on strikes for the second time. Looked like it was off the plate there. He was surprised. And Wagner at first now with 2 outs, and that will bring us back to the top of the lineup for Michael Martucci. First-year college ball. He was a red shirt at St. Peter's last year. Martucci is 2 for 3 today. 2 singles, a run scored, an RBI. He grounded out to the pitcher in his last appearance. That's a called strike. Martucci, criminal justice major for the Gothic Knights. Went to St. Peter's Prep High School. First player from St. Peter's Prep that the Gothic Knights have had on the roster in a while. Good program. Gothic Knights with a very strong Middlesex County presence on this year's team. One of the other schools in the league that you could say that about is Kane, and with a head coach that played at Kane, a pitching coach that played at Kane, as Martucci whips it to the right center field gap for a base hit. Rounding second is Wagner. He goes to third. Martucci tries to stretch it to a double. He will. Now a throw to the plate is not in time, as the Gothic Knights take an 8-0 lead. An RBI double for Matt Wagner. For Michael Martucci, I should say, his 3rd hit of the game. Wagner scores for the 2nd time in as many innings. So a double to the right center field gap is an unearned run. Wagner scoring all the way from third as Jerry Smith waved him around. And I said that was the second run scored by Wagner. It was his 3rd run. He scored in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th innings. And I'll bring up Michael Patterson. But Martucci, with his first double as a Gothic Knight, he's 3 for 4 today. 2 runs scored, now 2 RBIs. Patterson is 2 for 3, 2 single runs scored. Martucci at second, inside, and it's 1-1. It's a very solid performance so far by the Gothic Knights, taking on a team that, when we were talking about this with the coaches before the trip, you would think Rhode Island would be the best team NJCU would play in this trip, and NJCU has got the better of this one so far. The 1-1 pitch to Patterson is low. It's 2-1. 8 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Gothic Knights, who've played a very clean glove so far. Rhode Island, no runs, 5 hits, and 4 errors. There goes Martucci. The throw is not in time. A stolen base by Martucci. It was a called strike, so it'll be a 2-2 count to Mike Patterson. But Martucci now at third base. And by my count, that's now the 4th time today the Gothic Knights have had a runner at third with 2 outs. They've been driving them in, and we'll see how Mike Patterson's able to do here, who is led off this year and being the leadoff hitter, the number 2 hitter, which he is today, so 2 games at each. As they ball, so the count goes full. It's 3-2. Martucci standing at third. 3-2 count. Morgan, the pitch. Fouled off. Behind us. On to field number 6. And it remains 3-2. That's a ball 4. Mike Patterson walking with 2 outs on the Gothic Knights. Runners on corners. And that will bring up the left fielder, Andrew Rivera, for the 4th time. He's 1 for 3 today, but that's going to get a call from the pitching coach. That is Matt Bergeron, I believe. There are 2 outs. It is 8-0 NJCU. I was talking with one of the other assistant coaches, Clay Fields, for the Anchormen, to talk about the strengths of the team, and he was telling me that really the difference this year for Rhode Island has been they just find ways to win games. But right now for Rhode Island, they're looking at a very steep hill to climb, trailing at NJCU today 8-0. And NJCU looking to extend the lead here. They have runners at first and third, Patterson and Martucci. And Andrew Rivera will come to the plate, the Gothic Knight Jr., one of the 4 captains in this year's team, along with Rob Webb, Nelson Maldonado, and Brian Bastillo. And Andrew is a criminal justice major out of Edison, New Jersey. Throw back to first, and diving in, getting dirty is Michael Patterson. But as we were talking about a moment ago, Gothic Knights with a heavy Central Jersey contingent on this team. It's a formula that's worked well for Kane University. Patterson again back in safely. Jerry Smith, all-conference player for Kane back in the late 90s before becoming a successful high school coach. Nick Cesar, the pitching coach for the Gothic Knights, as that is hit foul down the left field line and out of play, and actually onto field number 5. You can talk about coaching trees in athletics. You hear about it all the time in the NFL. Neil Iaverio, who's the head coach at Kane, coaching tree, now branching out to NJCU, and Jerry Smith trying to turn the Gothic Knights into a strong contender in the NJAC. Delia Coutinho brings out an interesting point. Maybe it's the Fred Hill coaching tree, as that's fouled off again into field 5, right in the middle of center field. Because Neil Iaverio, head coach at Kane, the coach who has turned Kane into a national power, used to be a star when he was pitching at Rutgers. I'm not going to say when. I don't want to. If Neil's got any friends watching, don't want him to have his age revealed. Patterson's calling a rundown to end the inning. It's a 1-4-3-6, I think. Now we're going to try to figure this out here. As the innings end, as Patterson is caught in the pick off for the 2nd time. This time it's a rundown. It is a 1, as the Gothic Knights were calling for a balk, a 1-3. No, I'm sorry, a 1-4-3-6 pickoff is how it's officially going to be. Julio, thank you for helping me there. That's one of those ones where you got to watch, and it happens so fast that you have to. A lot of players don't have the numbers on the front of their uniforms. Try to see where people are coming from to make that play. So officially a 1-4-3-6 pickoff. Patterson picked off for the 2nd time in this contest. The Gothic Knights, right there, were thinking that the pitcher Kyle Morvan had balked. Nothing called. Martucci is stranded at third base. And the inning comes to a close. 6th inning, 2 runs, 1 hit, 2 errors, and 1 left on. The Gothic Knights add to their lead. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning here momentarily, and it's 8-0 Gothic Knights. And we're here to the bottom of the 6th inning now, and Wendell Rodriguez back to work. He'll be facing Hopkins, Varecchia, and Grasso. Brent Hopkins, the left fielder, leads off, takes a ball 1. That's popped in the air, foul. Alex Weinstein coming over, but that is out of play and caught by the bullpen catcher for the Rhode Island Anchormen. That was one of those difficult plays as an announcer because you're looking down at second base trying to watch the rundown. You're also watching Martucci at third base because if he had scored before Patterson had been tagged out, the run would have counted as a strike 2. It's 1-2, but Martucci did not cross the plate in time. Gothic Knights will settle for the 2 runs, the 8-0 lead, and we'll see if Wendell Rodriguez, how he works here with really not as much pressure now. You know, it's a lot harder to pitch when it's a 1-0 game. That's grounded over the short. Martucci's there, gathers it cleanly, throw across the diamond, is in time. 1 away, and that will bring up Varechia. Alex Weinstein looking at his cleats. See, we have a Matt Wagner fan watching today's game. And Matt is having a game to remember. That will bring up Varechia, the designated hitter. Varechia today is 0 for 2, a strikeout looking. He also grounded out to second base, 4-3. 80th pitch for Wendell Rodriguez here in the bottom of the 6th inning. He's really managing his pitches well today. 56 of them have been for strikes. Close to a 75% ratio today, so that's excellent. That's ball 2. It's 2-0. Roughly about 72%. Testing out my William Patterson University degree. Now I can do the math in my head. At its high, it's 3-0. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Winter Haven, Florida. Ira Thor with you here on the Green and Gold Network. We're bringing you all the games NJCU plays on this year's baseball trip. Mike Cassiano is out now to talk to Wendell Rodriguez with the count 3-0. Gothic Knights 10 hits today. Most hits they've had in the game since having 16 in the loss to Centenary last Wednesday. But 8 runs, 10 hits, and most importantly, if you're an NJCU fan right now, something you want to see them improve on is defense and no errors. Kevin DeMoro's played nicely at second in his first start. Mike Martucci has played a clean short. No errors for NJCU. Rhode Island has 5 hits. They've committed 4 errors. That is a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike to Varechia with Grasso in the on-deck circle. Picking up just a bit now, blowing left to right. That is a foul ball to the left of third base. Varechia hit it sharply, but that's strike 2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Varechia. 6-foot sophomore out of Cranston, Rhode Island. Again fouled away. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. And that's ball 4. So Varechia walks with 1 out. Just the second walk allowed by Wendell Rodriguez. He's thrown 86 pitches, allowed 5 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout. Just 7 base runners so far by Rhode Island. They haven't been able to bring anybody home yet. And the right fielder Grasso will come to the plate. Now Grasso is 1 for 2. He had a single, and he also grounded out to second base. Strike 1 to Grasso. Popped in the air. Right center field, Wagner, his ball's deeper than I originally thought, goes back, and in stride, makes a catch. Wagner with a long throw back to the infield. Actually, he pump fakes as Varechia had gone all the way to second, has to retreat. But Matt Wagner playing a very clean right field right now and making it look easier than it should be. So 2 away, and that will bring up J.P. Stone, the catcher. He is 1 for 2 with a single. also flew out to left. Wendell Rodriguez, 5'11", 180-pound junior right-hander for the Gothic Knights. He lives in Jersey City, New Jersey, went to County Prep High School. He lived the first half of his life in Ponce, Puerto Rico. In fact, for the last 2 years, we had listed Wendell, his hometown, as being Jersey City, but upon his request this preseason, we changed that to Ponce, Puerto Rico, which he still considers his hometown, although he's been in the U.S. for roughly about 8 or 9 years. Wendell's still deciding on a major. Something he says he will plan to do this year. Not always an easy decision. Sometimes you go to college, you know exactly what you want to do for a career. Sometimes you need a little time to really explore your options. It's not an easy choice sometimes. That pitch looked like it was a curveball, and it hit Stone square in the back between the 1 and the 2. And yet again, runners on first and second for Rhode Island with 2 outs. First hit batter by Wendell Rodriguez in this game. Second hit batter of the year. And the first pitch to DeCommittis is grounded down to first base, and that one was slowly rolled. Looked like the Mookie Wilson play in the 1986 World Series, but Alex Weinstein plays a very clean first base there, fields that well, and yet again, Rhode Island with runners at first and second, and they cannot bring them in. So 3 unassisted for DeCommittis if you're scoring at home. Stone and Varechia do not score, and we've played 6 innings here in Winter Haven, Florida. 6th inning for Rhode Island, no runs, no hits, 2 left on. Gothic Knights with an 8-0 lead. We head to the top of the 7th inning here in Winter Haven, Florida. Another school from the Little East Conference this year, as we see behind us players from Keene State setting up, and the Gothic Knights leading Rhode Island 8-0 here in the top of the 7th, and Rivera at the plate for the Gothic Knights. NJCU trying to add to its lead. At NJCU, more runs today than they've scored in the first 3 games of the year. In fact, NJCU had scored just 9 runs in its first 3 games, but the bats have come alive today. First pitch to Rivera was a ball. Rivera in this game so far is 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. That's, I should say, an RBI, and Rivera fouls that off. Looks like there's going to be some shade up here for the final 3 innings. Keene State's going to be setting up a canopy. Apparently they travel smarter than I do. Inside! Wow, and Rivera unhappy there. That got him, looked like in the small of the back or on the side, and he slammed the bat down. That had to hurt. But he gets a free pass to first base, and with nobody out, the Gothic Knights have a runner on first, and that will bring up Mike Cassiano, today's catcher, the cleanup hitter. He's doing a good job behind the plate, but he needs to get the bat going. He's now hitting 125 early in the year. 1 for 8. He's 0 for 3 today. A strikeout, a batter interference, and a ground out to the pitcher. Throw back to first. Big lead there for Rivera, but he dove back in. There's some air underneath him. Another throw back to first. Rivera took a little time getting back down the line, or back to the bag, with the throw down the line by the catcher, and J.P. Stone nearly caught Rivera napping. Cassiano with a runner at first. The Gothic Knights an 8-0 lead. Another throw back to first. Rivera a threat to steal anytime he's on. You can say that quite a bit this year with a number of players, that the Gothic Knights are a running team now. They've had players in the past who could steal, but this year NJCU is really making it part of their game. Play small ball. There goes Rivera. Swing and a miss by Cassiano. Throw to second base is not in time. A stolen base by Rivera, and the count is 2-2. Cassiano did a good job there of protecting Rivera, swinging through that pitch on one strike. Rivera's first steal of the game. 5th steal for the Gothic Knights. Martucci has 2. Patterson and Weinstein each have 1. So now a runner in scoring position. And it's ball 3, and the count is full. Weinstein and Cruz will be up next. I had a different count than the umpire. I had it at 3-2. He's saying that was ball 3 right there. So officially now it's 3-2. So the meeting at the mound now between Morvan, J.P. Stone, along with the second baseman. Hopefully you can hear me now. They had a little audio issue there, but 3-2. Throw back to second. Rivera has been getting dirty a lot this inning. It's the 4th time he's had to dive back in, either first or second base. Clearly his speed concerns Rhode Island. Rhode Island, the defending Little East Conference champions. Cassiano pops it foul. NJCU picked to finish 10th in the NJAC out of 10 teams. NJCU went 10-28 last year, but won 4 of their final 5 games, including a season sweep of Montclair State. Way outside, that's ball 4 to Cassiano. And with nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning, Alex Weinstein will be the batter. Gothic Knights with runners at first and second. Weinstein now hitting .250 on the season, 1 for 3 today with an RBI single in the first inning. He also struck out swinging and fouled out down the right field line. Done a nice job defensively at first base as well. Showing bunt, drops a bunt perfectly in front of the mound. Morvan the throw to first, sack bunt for Weinstein, moves runners into scoring position. Cassiano goes to second and Rivera to third. So well executed with no one out. And that will bring up Juan Cruz, who is 0 for 3. He's 0 for 6 so far in his young career. Grounded to second, grounded to pitcher mound, to the pitcher mound, I should say, and reached on a throwing error. That came in the 6th inning, but he came around and scored the 7th run of 8 for the Gothic Knights. Cruz's first pitch is a curveball that he fouls off in front of the Rhode Island dugout. That's fouled off behind us to our right and onto field number 6. So quickly, Morvin's ahead of Cruz, 0-2. "8-0 Gothic Knights." Hit in the air left field, right at the left fielder. Hopkins makes the catch. The throw in to the plate. Takes a high hop over the catcher. Scoring was Rivera on the sac fly. The throw down the third is not in time. And that's going to bring out an argument from head coach Scott Vergelak. So Juan Cruz with his first RBI. A line out to left field. Credit a sac fly. Cassiano advancing on the throw. And Rivera scoring. 1 RBI for the Gothic Knights there. And the lead is now 9-0 NJCU. And Cassiano is... looks like he's changing his shoe, or I guess his shoe came off when he slid in the third. We'll have a pinch hitter here as Orlando Bolano will pinch hit for Ryan Winters. Bolano batting .125. Little East Conference champions Rhode Island last year. They were 22-20 last year. They were 6-8 in the league last year, but they went on to win the conference title and went on to the NCAAs. First pitch to Bolano is I believe it's a called strike. We were talking about earlier, Keene State obviously one of the stronger teams in that league, but Eastern Connecticut State University has been by far the best team ever in the Little East. They are a perennial national power. Bolano fouls that one off. Pitch to Bolano off the plate. Still just 1 out, or correction, 2 outs. On the sacrifice fly, Cruz was retired for the second out. Cassiano's at third. Bolano. And he takes a ball low, so it's 2-2. That was the 40th pitch in relief by Morvin. He is the third pitcher. Two-two pitch, swing and a miss by Bolano. He goes down swinging for the third out of the top of the 7th inning. However, another run for the Gothic Knights. No hits, there were no errors, and 1 left on. 7th inning stretch time here in Winter Haven, Florida. Gothic Knights leading Rhode Island College by a score of 9-0. And we're back here for the bottom of the 7th inning. We took a quick break as Rhode Island College now coming to the plate. Keene State, member of their league, is going to be sharing the perch with us. And they're setting up for a broadcast of their game, which will probably start in a little bit. Carey, the batter, second pitch to DeMauro. And Kevin DeMauro continues to play an excellent second base in his first game as a starter for the Gothic Knights. So a 4-3 by Carey. That will bring us back to the top of the order for the shortstop, Allaire. And first pitch is a ball. Allaire in this game is 1 for 3, a single and 2 flyouts to right. Two and 0. Say hello to NJCU outdoor site supervisor Pete Vincent, who was checking in on the chat board a moment ago. Gothic Knights with a 9-0 lead. A strike here. It's 2-1. Bob Cesare bought me a cup of coffee this morning. I still realize I have a little bit of it left. And that's fouled into the Rhode Island dugout. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. This will be the 98th pitch by Wendell Rodriguez. Just off the plate. And the count is full. In the air, down the left field line, it is going to be a fair ball. Andrew Rivera got there quickly. Allaire trying to stretch you to a double, but he's going to be held to a single because Andrew Rivera fielded that well. Just the 6th hit of this game for the Rhode Island Anchormen. And that will bring up the third baseman, Ortega, with 1 out. He is 2 for 3. He is the only player for Rhode Island today with multiple hits. And the first pitch is a strike. That is pitch number 100 for Wendell Rodriguez. 67 strikes. 60% of your pitches have been strikes. That's a good day at the office. Curveball is a little low, and it's 1-1. I was talking to Wendell yesterday about his pitches, and he says, well, I really have 6 of them. Ground ball. DeMauro can't get there in time. It's a base hit up the middle. And with 1 out, the Anchormen have runners at first and second yet again. By my count, they have not had a runner reach third base today. I'm looking over at Delia to see if he remembers anybody getting as far as third, but I don't. We'll see now with Hopkins coming up again, the first baseman, Dan Hopkins, one of the 2 Hopkins. Hopkins will not come up. They will have a pinch hitter here as number 7, Kyle Dumont, a 6 foot, 165-pound senior left-handed hitter out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, will come to the plate. Imagine Dumont will then remain on defensively. Inside. Gothic Knights have Pedro Garcia warming up in the bullpen, a left-handed thrower. And as a strike, Wendell Rodriguez's pitch count starting to get up there a little bit, so you would imagine that this perhaps will be his last inning of work. Pedro Garcia has not pitched yet this year, junior left-hander from North Bergen, New Jersey. Chopper foul in front of the Gothic Knight dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 9 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Gothic Knights. No run, 7 hits, 4 errors for the Anchormen. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning here. Chain of Lakes Park, field number 5 in Winter Haven, Florida. Ira Thor with you on the Green and Gold Network. Yesterday's starting pitcher, Delio Coutinho, helping us out with the camera. Ground ball to shortstop. Martucci the second for 1. Tomorrow the first, not in time. That's going to allow the first run of the game to come home. As Allaire, who went to third on the ground ball, came around on the throwing error. That is the first error of the game. So Dumont reaches on a fielder's choice. Ortega is out 6-4. And right now that run is unearned. And we have a pinch hitter here. As coming to the plate is number 6, Chris Sorreo. He is a freshman, 5'9", 160-pounder, right-handed hitter from Wakefield, Rhode Island. Nine to 1 now, as that throwing error allowed the run to come in. That's a called strike. It's 1-1. You know, Martucci there was aggressive. Tried to get the double play. Actually, that's not Martucci. That was actually DeMoro's throw. I take that back. And it's inside. I'm going to go back and change that. I originally said it was an error on Martucci. The throw was made by DeMoro. It was in the dirt. Hopped in the air, right center field. DeMoro goes out, but Wagner calls everyone off, and he makes the catch to end the inning. So in the bottom of the 7th inning, the Rhode Island Anchormen do finally get on the board with the throwing error when the Gothic Knights were trying to turn the double play, and they lose the shutout. However, lead is still 8. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 throwing error, and 1 left on base. 7 innings in the books here in Winter Haven, Florida. Gothic Knights leading 9-1. here for the top of the 8th inning. We're going to have some changes here for Rhode Island as I rush back from a quick break. And Matt Wagner, who's having just an absolutely awesome performance today. 3 runs scored. Grounder to third. And not in time as the throw pulled the first baseman off the bag. And that's going to be an error. Going to make some scoring changes here momentarily. There's a new pitcher. Is number 3. Just to give you an update on the other changes, number 34, Kyle Mann, a junior, he's into the game now and playing right field. And the new catcher behind the plate is number 15, Tyler Collins, a 5'7" freshman from Cranston, Rhode Island. Gothic Knights will have a couple changes here. Brian Bastillo will enter in the 5-hole, and he will play third base. Juan Cruz moves from third to first in the 6-hole. And there is a new pitcher for the Gothic Knights, and for the first time this year, we'll see left-hander Pedro Garcia. And Wendell Rodriguez will give you his final line in a moment, but he's in line for his first win of the season. Pedro Garcia, who last year for the Gothic Knights and his second year for NJCU was one of two left-handers used most often out of the pen, him and Zach Markle. Not a great year, but not a terrible year either. 9 appearances for NJCU, 14 innings. He struck out 7, but he walked 14. He was wild, and he had a 9.64 ERA, but head coach Jerry Smith saying that Garcia definitely a different player this year, and he's very intense and wanted to have the ball in his hands. Ferrecchia will be the leadoff hitter here for Rhode Island as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. 10 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for the Gothic Knights. 1-7-5 is the line for the Anchormen. First pitch of the year by Garcia. Dribbler towards shortstop. Martucci's there. Quick throw across the diamond in time for the first out. 1 pitch. 1 away. Gothic Knights scored 2 in the first inning, 3 in the second for a 5-0 lead, and they haven't looked back. 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th for a 9-0 lead. And after Rhode Island scored once on an error, in the bottom of the 7th inning, Gothic Knights added that run right back and have a 10-1 lead as we bat here in the bottom of the 8th. Kyle Mann will bat for the first time. He's the new right fielder. Chopper, the third. Bastillo is there, barehanded, throws across the diamond, and he makes the play. It's the second time today that a Gothic Knight third baseman has made a barehanded throw out. Juan Cruz, who's now the first baseman and was on the receiving end of that throw, did the same thing earlier in this game. So twice Rhode Island swinging at the first pitch. Hasn't worked out well. That will bring up the new catcher, Tyler Collins, right-handed hitter from Cranston, Rhode Island, Cranston West High School. The first pitch by Garcia is outside. Just made a quick adjustment to our volume settings, so hopefully that helps any of those who weren't able to hear us. Low, and Castellano will walk over to pick it up. Tomorrow the Gothic Knights will play Leslie University as that's fouled away. That game is at 9:30 a.m. We'll be on the air at 9:25. It's supposed to be a nice day. And it'll be a 2-2 pitch here by Garcia to the catcher Collins. Off the plate, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pedro Garcia, second pitcher used for the Gothic Knights after Wendell Rodriguez had just an outstanding performance today. Bouncing back from a loss to Centenary, he is in line to win his first game of the year and improve to 1-1. Gothic Knights trying to even their record overall at 2-2. Garcia deals. Got him looking on the outside corner, strike 3, and the inning is over. First strikeout of the season for Pedro Garcia. 8th inning for Rhode Island. No runs, no hits, nobody left on. We head to the 9th. Gothic Knights, a commanding 10-1 lead. Taking a look at the final line for Wendell Rodriguez. Officially 7 innings, 7 hits allowed. I believe they were all singles. 1 run, it was unearned on the failed double play turn. 1 strikeout. He walked 2, he hit 1 batter, so he allowed 10 base runners in the game. 12 ground ball outs, 8 fly ball outs, 109 pitches for Wendell Rodriguez. And as I mentioned earlier in the game, that was something that head coach Jerry Smith had stressed a little bit to his team, that he wanted his pitchers to, obviously not something you can control all the time, but try to get more ground ball outs. Back to the mound for the second inning of work, Joe Brooks, sophomore out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, St. Raphael High School. All right, we have some changes here for the Knights. First, pinch hitter for the Gothic Knights for Cassiano will be number 22, Travis Haber, who will get his first NCAA at bat here. Haber, freshman catcher, business management major out of Hoboken, New Jersey. Gothic Knights have a number of players from Hoboken on the roster. Haber will remain in the game and catch for the first time. And the first pitch to Haber is a ball. So positionally, everybody who is healthy will have played at least once this year by the end of this contest today. Well, just a couple pitchers who haven't seen time. One of them being Ryan Mitchell. I think he's warming up right now. Also warming up is Zach Markle. Zach Markle, left-hander. And Haber, first plate appearance of his career, walks on 4 pitches. And actually, it's Pedro Garcia warming up. Wow, I just got picked out. How you like them apples? Wow, all right, Brian Bastillo. Happens to everyone, I guess, folks. Throw back to first. Haber is in safely. Brian Bastillo will make his first plate appearance today. Starting third baseman, co-captain for the Knights. Brian started the first 3 games of the season. He's hitting .333 overall. McDaniel College was using our bullpen to warm up, and they wear green and gold just like we do. I'll blame the jet lag for that one. Throw back to first. Haber bits back in safely. A little awkwardly there. It looked like he kind of lunged into the bag. Gothic Knights a 10-1 lead. Bastillo looks at a strike. 1-1. That's a called strike. The NJCU Mitchell game has gone final. I'm trying to get you a score in softball. Of course, the Gothic Knights beat Worcester in their season opener 4-3. Haber walked on 4 pitches. He stands at first base. Top of the 9th inning, Gothic Knights a commanding 10-1 lead. Swing and a miss, and Brian Bastillo strikes out for the first out. And we'll have a pinch hitter here for Juan Cruz, and it will be Angel Marte. He will come in and play first base. Junior, 6'2", 240-pounder out of Newark, New Jersey, St. Mary's out of Elizabeth High School. Angel is a biology major. Hit, second base, shortstop, Allaire on to first, and a double play on the first pitch that Marte sees, and that will end the inning. So a 4-6-3 double play. First time today that either team has hit into a double play as DeCommittis and Allaire team up, and a 4-6-3 GDP ends the inning for the Gothic Knights. No runs, no hits, nobody left for NJCU in the top of the 9th inning. We head to the bottom of the 9th. NJCU trying to finish off a masterful performance today. All right, Gothic Knights made a number of changes. We'll give you those in a second. Here is Pedro Garcia will face the second baseman, Kevin DeCommittis, I should say, the freshman from Cumberland, Rhode Island. He is 0 for 3 today. Rob Roman now in the game. He's playing second base for the Knights. Namara moves to right field in place of Wagner, who comes out of the game. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 by Pedro Garcia. Second strikeout for Pedro Garcia. And that will bring up the center fielder, Carey, who is 0 for 3, and he's grounded out to second each time. Couple other changes. Pete Senizin is into the game now. He's playing shortstop in place of Martucci. Travis Haber stays in the game. He catches. Angel Marte will remain in the game and play first base. And that's it for the changes. As the only positions that have stayed the same throughout are Mike Patterson in center and Andrew Rivera in left. One ball and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Gothic Knights with a 10-1 lead. Trying to improve to 2-2 on the year and hand Rhode Island just its 2nd loss. And its first loss against an unranked team. Rhode Island lost its season opener against Cortland 12-0. They beat TCNJ, NJCU's rival in the NJAC, 7-6 and 10-7 on Saturday. And then swept Fitchburg yesterday 2-1 and 7-3. So the Gothic Knights look like they will end Rhode Island's 4-game winning streak. Popped foul and out of play along the left field lines. Garcia trying to go 2 strong innings here after Wendell Rodriguez pitched a very solid 7. Definitely his best performance since the Montclair State win. Slowly rolled to shortstop. Sanderson's there, gathers, throws on the ground, and not in time. It's an infield single for carry. So 1 away, runner at first, and the shortstop Kyle Allaire will be the batter from Uxbridge, Massachusetts. Allaire, one of 2 players on the team with multiple hits. He's had singles in each of his last plate appearances after flying out to right in the 1st and 3rd innings. He singled in the 5th and 7th. He also came around and scored Rhode Island's only run on a double play throwing error. Well, attempted double play throwing error. By the way, the final score in the softball doubleheader game 2, second game against Mitchell, the Gothic Knights are now 2-0. They double up Mitchell 10-5. So an all-around good day for NJCU athletics. Garcia deals to Allaire. That's blocked by Haber. 2 balls and 2 strikes. NJCU's game tomorrow against Leslie will be its first ever matchup against the Lynx. Ground ball, second base. Roman to Senuzin to first, not in time, but now 2 away. So Allaire reaches on the fielder's choice. Roman and Senuzin, who have not played together on the field at the same time this year, hooked up nicely there for at least the lead out. And with 2 away, that will leave it up to the 3rd baseman, Ortega. He has 3 hits today, 3 singles in his last 3 plate appearances. He is 3 for 4. That's a called strike. So far, game has been 2 hours and 38 minutes. The Gothic Knights trying to wrap this one up, improve to 2-2 on the year. Garcia deals. Gets away from Haber as the pitch was in the dirt and advancing on the wild pitch is Rhode Island College. And Allaire standing at second base. 1-1 is the count now. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Garcia, this will be his 25th pitch in relief. Chopper, third base. Bastillo is there. And it is a foul ball. It is a foul ball. I'm looking right at third base, and there's a pole blocking third base from my vantage point. So I couldn't see exactly where he picked that up. So it is foul. And we'll do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes here to Ortega. don't think Delio Coutinho is used to standing this long. He's now stretching his back. That's called strike 3, and the ball game is over. It was belt high, and the curve by Garcia ends it, and the Gothic Knights are victorious today by a score of 10-1. In the 9th inning for Rhode Island, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left on. And your final score this afternoon here in Winter Haven, Florida, NJCU 10 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. Rhode Island 1 run, 8 hits, and 5 errors. Fine victory today for the Gothic Knights as they improved to 2-2. By far, on paper, the most difficult team NJCU will play down here. And Rhode Island's 4-game winning streak comes to an end. They fall to 4-2. The Gothic Knights, their 2nd win of the year, and they improved to 2-1 on the 2012 baseball spring trip. Teams exchange handshakes here at home plate as the Gothic Knights get a win to hang their hat on, a very solid win over a defending conference champion, a team that was in the NCAA tournament last spring. Take a look at the final statistics here today for the Gothic Knights. First and foremost, Wendell Rodriguez. 7 innings pitched, 1 unearned run, 7 hits. He walked 2, he hit 1 batter, he struck out 1. 109 pitches. He gets his first win of the year, improves to 1-1. Pedro Garcia in 2 innings of relief. Solid job. 3 strikeouts, no walks. He allowed just 1 hit, no runs. He threw 1 wild pitch over 26 pitches. Offensively today for NJCU, Mike Martucci was one of 3 players with multiple hits, we should say here. I'm just making sure. Yes, he is one of 3. He was 3 for 5 in a leadoff role, 2 hits, 2 RBIs, 3 stolen bases, and a double. Matt Wagner, 4 runs scored. He was 2 for 4. He also reached twice on errors, and he had a double. Other player of multiple hits was Mike Patterson in the 3 spot, 2 for 3, 2 RBIs with a stolen base, a walk, and a run scored. Andrew Rivera was 1 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. Alex Weinstein 1 for 3 with an RBI. Juan Cruz was 0 for 3, but he scored once and he had an RBI. Ryan Winters 1 for 3 with a run scored. So 6 different Gothic Knights today with a hit, 5 with an RBI, and 6 scored runs as the Gothic Knights, 10 hits, 10 runs, and just 1 error. The error was on a double play they were trying to turn that allowed a player to score from third base for Rhode Island for their only run of the game in the 7th inning. Rhode Island, 3 hits from Ortega, 3 for 5 he was. Allaire was 2 for 5 with a run. So, the top of the order for Rhode Island accounted for 5 of their 8 hits in the 1 and 2 spot. Losing pitcher was Florio. In 2 innings, he allowed 5 runs. 2 of them were earned. 7 hits, he struck out 1 and walked none. Blanchard threw 3 innings, 3 strikeouts, no walks, 1 run and 2 hits. Morvan, 3 runs, 2 of them were unearned. He struck out 3, walked 2, allowed 1 hit in 2 innings. Brooks threw the final 2 innings, allowed 1 run, unearned, 1 strikeout, and 2 walks. So the Gothic Knights victorious today by a score of 10-1. They will play 5 more games down here on the Florida trip. Tomorrow will be the first before a day off on Wednesday as they will take on Leslie University, the Lynx, in a game that will begin at 9:30 a.m. We'll be on the air at 9:25 with the starting lineups. And we will have a full recap of today's game at njcugothicknights.com later today. We'll have the live stats for every game the rest of this trip. We hope to bring you live stats for the softball games as well, as my assistant Katie Beckman is with the softball team down in Fort Myers, where the Gothic Knights today defeated both of their opponents, Worcester by a 4-3 count and a 10-5 win over Mitchell. And we'll have the stats for those games online as well when we get an opportunity. So once again, our final score today here in Winter Haven, Florida, New Jersey City, 10 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. defending Little East Conference champion Rhode Island College. 1 run, 8 hits. They committed 5 errors, and the Gothic Knights, the NJAC team, defeat the Little East team today, 10-1. Special thanks to Delio Catino, starting pitcher for the Knights yesterday, for helping us out in the booth, running the camera for today's contest. The Gothic Knights pick up their 2nd win of the year, and they improve to 2-2. For everyone at NJCU Athletics, I'm Ira Thor saying thanks for watching today's game. We'll talk to you again right here in Winter Haven, same fields, and 9:30 a.m. first pitch tomorrow, right here on the Green and Gold Network. And until then, be well, everyone.